Good morning. Sorry, we are a bit, there is a bit of delay, but we are starting finally this final event that is the conference about the project, the SATURN project. So in the meantime, I just would like to give you some types. And for example, you can see that there is a chat for questions, and you can type climate at fmach.it. Otherwise, you can also write to the number that I will write later in the chat. So we could start to introduce some guests. And as we can see, as we know, this is the final event of a project that was 3 years long. And I would like to leave the floor to the introduction and for the welcoming of these starting days. To some, and so the greetings from local organizer and Art Climate Kit representative. So as a first, I would like to leave the floor to Professor Pezzotti, that he is the director of the CRI at Fondazione Mach. You are mute. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
yeah,
yes.
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you very much for inviting me to open this conference. I joined Fondazione Mach just 5 months ago. I'm a plant geneticist, and I'm very happy to welcome you to this final event of the SATURN meeting. And it's the SATURN meeting, the SATURN program, as you know, is a program we are very ambitious, in which there are 2 big areas that are opposed in normally, and that are the rural area and the metropolitan area that need to start to talk for the ecological transition. And the ecological transition can take us to understand that the use of the land, the use of the soil in a sustainable way is the only possible solution for the future. In this sense, the opportunity that the SATURN had was to develop studies in 3 different areas: the Birmingham areas, which is quite big and very metropolitan, and the Göteborg in Sweden, which is related to the coastal area, and then a very special area that is the Trentino with a low density population. And the use of the land and the use of sustainable way of the land is the very big question that we have for that, because we have the contraposition of the metropolitan area that are growing, they are still growing, and the rural lands that are still losing the opportunity to produce, to use that area for natural purposes, for agricultural purposes. For natural purposes, we need that the landscape should be respected and used in an appropriate way, in which we have to keep the biodiversity, we have to save the biodiversity, we have this leverage that we have to leave to the next generation. For the agricultural opportunities, we need to think, and now comes my geneticist experience, that we need to think that the use of sustainable lands should be done by innovation, and innovation pass through the use with less resources and with an increasing of the production of the agricultural lands. In this sense, there were the SATURN approach was very productive, and also the involvement of the administration. And for instance, in Trentino, there were majors and some of the cities and majors that were administration that were involved, allowed to release also some of the instruments that were used for visioning the approach of rural and metropolitan area. So I would not take long to say that this is a very important approach. This is one of the first examples that is also very much observed by abroad Europe, for instance, in New Zealand and Brazil. And so it's an example that we have to keep going for the future years and also for the future generation. Only by talking in and interacting between metropolitan area and rural area, we can have the transition, the ecological transition done in appropriate way. So what I would like very much to wish you a fruitful and successful final meeting, and I hope this would be just the beginning of a new relationship in the future for having the transition, the ecological transition, and the soil and the nature and the environment kept in a way that we all, European and not European, can live in this area. And we hope not to move to Mars or Saturn. Thank you very much for this, for letting me giving the introduction, and again, wish you a very fruitful meeting.
Thank you so much, Professor Pezzotti, for this introduction, where it highlights the innovative goals and also the multidisciplinary approach that nowadays is so crucial for thinking the future of the rural territories in an appropriate and ecological way. So the second greetings is from the Director of Impact and Performance, Tam Lee. He is chef of Climate Kick. So I leave the floor to Tam Lee.
Can you
Good
hear
morning.
me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Shall I start? Okay, so grazie Alicia. So it's a real pleasure to be with you this morning, and although I must honor a long-time commitment to speak at another online event, I shall try to listen and learn as much as I can from this workshop, and to make sure to listen to the whole recording over the weekend. So good morning to the partners and contributors of this really beautiful SATURN project, and to all participants in the workshop. A special good morning to our partners from Birmingham and West Midlands, notably Catherine and Anastasia se extender lepo. God morgon till partners och deltagare från Göteborg och Sverige. Jag önskar er en mycket lyckad konferens nästa vecka i Botildenborg. And last but not least, buongiorno agli organizzatori locali, ai partecipanti dal Trentino e dall'Italia. Grazie per aver organizzato il workshop e per il vostro invito. Mi sarebbe piaciuto raggiungervi a Pergine Valsugana, ad Arco stamattina, a San Michele all'Adige. Si spera che questo sia per tempi migliori. So back to English, Alessandro asked me to say a few words about the past and future role of Climate Kick and of its initiatives on ecosystems. And these are vast questions, but be reassured they shall be short as you have come to exchange on outcomes, learned lessons, and perspectives of SATURN. But please just allow me to share a few lines and general reflections. So the final C in Climate Kick is a community, and the Kick model was created more than 12 years ago by the then newly created European Institute of Innovation and Technology, body of the European Union, with the aim of mitigating fragmentation of multiple skills scattered across Europe in science, in culture, economic and industrial sectors, and helping them come together within leading communities to innovate on major societal challenges. And when Climate Kick was selected in 2010, on a 7-year plan to innovate on climate change mitigation and adaptation. The community had about 30 members. Now we are, I think, more than 400, mostly from 9 countries. And let's face it, some of the partners saw KICs primarily as yet another source of EU funding for applied research projects. Yet by the time I joined at the end of 2012, it was already clear that there was something else to Climate Kick, and partners were encouraged to come and discuss very early, ideas for climate innovation with us, months before the actual submission of proposals to calls for innovation projects. And by now, 200 partners met and joined in increasingly diverse and almost bizarre combinations. The project started with consortia that had gathered around fresh, stimulating ideas, but with very different cultures, whether it was languages, organizational cultures, professional cultures, economic models. So after a project started, it often took months to come to terms with those manifold differences and to build mutual trust and design some common ways of working and to agree on concrete objectives and expectations. So in 2017, I pushed to have ecosystems as a fully fledged area in our portfolio of activities, upstream from the education, entrepreneurship, innovation pillars. And the pretty boring, but still somewhat relevant layman's definition I suggested for ecosystems work read as follows. So I'm going to read it. The ecosystems work area essentially defines, designs, and implements the work that needs to be done between the starting point where you have identified the multiple sets of actors needed to create positive impact and transformation through climate innovation, and the end point where we as a community are best organized and ready to effectively develop and implement innovation programs and projects with partners and other stakeholders. So the idea was that the way an innovation ecosystem was set up and organized itself conditioned to a large extent its future capacity to design and execute ambitious innovation projects that really build on the diversity of actors and their strengths, and empowered novel combinations of expertise and skills to deliver their full potential for positive impact. But this, however, was pretty abstract until it crystallized around actual climate-related challenges and involved trailblazing regional or local innovation hubs, such as the one in Trentino, for instance, that brought together complementary approaches and experiences to those challenges. So topics tackled by such projects range from circular cities or ports to green transition of major financial centers to nature-based solutions in cities, shared sustainable mobility, Mediterranean wine and vine ecosystems, and more. And SATURN, which Professor Pezzotti has previously outlined, remains one of my favorite initiatives in the ecosystems project portfolio. And really, I'm not saying that because I'm with you today, not least because it deals with constructive identity and with effective defragmentation, integration, and shared values, present and future. And this offers a captivating range of challenges, conceptually complex and formally ambitious, but also viscerally rooted in humans, in individuals and communities' relations to, and their aspirations for their urban and rural landscapes. So the fact that ecosystems projects were about concrete, actionable outcomes, but not so much about delivering commercial products and services ready for the market when the project ends, generated and still generates specific challenges and difficulties. Creating a greater potential for innovation and transformation is something that more and more stakeholders recognize as important, but which is not so easy to fund because the outputs may seem less immediately tangible and measurable when you are not really directly involved. And as subsidies decreased and the pressure grew to demonstrate return on investment, it became harder to put longer-term investment in such projects on top of the financial priorities. But however, I feel that the best of these projects, and SATURN is one of them, created lasting value in placing innovative thinking and capacity building for stronger, deeper impact upstream in the very way innovation ecosystems and future conscious communities freely decide on their ambitions and organize themselves to pursue those ambitions. This is no easy work, and it's work that really starts to act on multiple levers for transformation. So now it's, let's say, a large part of our activities at Yeti Climate Kick and the community is concentrated in what we call deep demonstration programs. For instance, the Resilient Regions Deep Demo that involves Dolomiti and several other European regions. But I really believe that the assets and the knowledge generated by projects such as SATURN need to be levered in such programs. And they are, those programs are often focused on place-based systems transformation, and these programs need to deliver on the impactful innovation that ecosystems projects worked to enable and empower with proper levels of ambition and scalability. So more broadly, what I hope is that all future climate kick programs will understand the necessity to go through this deliberate and experimental as well process of ecosystems design and development and maturation. So if you as partners who initiated and lived this SATURN journey, you agree that it created genuine lasting value, then please let it be known across the climate kick community. So now it's high time I give the floor back to you, Alicia, and to Alessandro. So thank you for your attention, and I wish you all a very stimulating workshop.
Thank you, Tamtan Lee, and in particular for highlights as the Climate Kick is working as a community, and also the challenge that Climate Kick as association in particular is working as association, in particular the high goal for building the identity as a community between urban and rural areas. So thank you for being with us. And then I would like to leave the floor to Dr. Alessandro Gretter. He is from Fondazione Edmund Mach and is the chief and also, I think, the core of the SATURN project.
Thank you, Lydia. Good morning to everybody. For once of the time, we don't have to mute and click. We're not get used anymore to use this kind of microphone. So thank you very much to Alicia for moderating this session, and also thanks for Professor Pezzotti and Tamtam Lee to bringing this their welcoming addressing. Well, this morning probably we just pick up the wrong day along the yearly calendar to make these activities, because it seems that everything is happened today. So and it was not so simple to sort it out, but more or less is like as we started 4 years ago. The project has been financed 3 years ago, so we started officially here in San Michele, not so far away. We are another location of our campus. We are just a bit higher up and we call it the castle, so next to our winery. Now we're just moved within a new building that is hosting the research and innovation activities. So actually is some sort of the right place where the contamination between ideas, young people, research, it will appear. But during these 3 years, we were facing different things that actually, well, in some cases, led us in the position to decide for rapid solutions that in some cases was really try to alter to impact on our activity. And in particular, I talked there could be a long list, maybe. We just noticed, because all the time I'm noticing that one of the main problems that we occurred, but actually at the end of the story was not the unique one, was the Brexit. But likely we have been able to be in UK just a few months ahead of Brexit. So actually we didn't miss the opportunity to have a real conference, because this one is the third one, annual and final conference, that we do it like we did last year in a hybrid format. So it means that we are not allowed to travel. We are not allowed maybe to take part to infill the activities that I just look into the Martins here in the room, that it seems that they're bringing a lot of energy to what we did, a lot of sensus on what we did, because it's not only to stay in front of a PC, a video, like we did in the last more or less 2 years. We have been forced more and more to do it, but it's really related to the relation. SATURN is connected to the relationship between different territories, as Professor Pezzotti say, different territories from not only the dimension, but actually the way in which these kind of territories are built. And according to that, we were trying along these 3 years to put some seeds to create something new and different. And as the event today is built, is we really try to give light on these different elements. The introductory part, actually after me, Nick Grayson from Birmingham, we're going to speak, is just to setting where we are working, what we are doing, the way in which maybe we can start approaching the key elements of our activities that actually are not only the territories, the landscape, but also is the individuals. Although they are public officers, they are producers, they are researchers, they are young people, they are members of NGOs. The second group of the today final conference will be really focused a lot on the pilot cases. We have about a dozen of pilot cases. Most of them are not so comparable because we are trying to addressing different elements. But if you just look under the lenses of the system, they really have a big census. Because actually when we are realizing, when someone asked, coming from outside and asked us to reflect on what we are doing, what you're doing, we really realized that we were doing something, although it seems disconnected, really connected under a system perspective. Also, from this point of view, it would be interesting to learn in the third session of this morning how external have give us the opportunity to reflect on what we did. It would be, for example, with the collaboration with another climate kick project that is called Motion, that was really helpful not only to make a capacity building for our teams, but actually to create something that will be lasting later. But also when we've been selected from the Horizon Booster, Horizon Result Booster from the Commission, it will be also helpful for us just to thinking behind our activities in the field, our activity in the labs, our activity in the offices, just to think in the way in which we can do something bigger and larger. As I told you, it was not such a simple, easy activities because we have been faced for many elements that occurred. My idea was to make a presentation just bringing into or quoting at least one of the most iconic scene from the movies history, like the Blues Brothers, like when one of the brothers has been accused that you were missing something, but there was a lot of causes. I told you Brexit, we say pandemic, we say the bureaucracy, I will say the bureaucracy. During the last meeting with Malta, we have also an earthquake. We're just meeting the grasshoppers, we have everything. But finally, we succeeded. It's more or less paradoxally like I did this morning. I was staying in Trento and I was driving to San Michele, and I found a traffic jam. Oh gosh, I'm used to live in a rural territories. For me, traffic jam is an even. It's actually we moved like I did, so I just to find a shortcut, a new road, and so on. And we did the same within SATURN. We have been able to find out some solution for running the activities, but actually solution to support the key elements with whom we worked, the stakeholders. Later on in the second session, you are going to learn how we did it. For example, during the pandemic, how, for example, we'll be able to connect producers and farmers. But not lastly, it was also important to remind that although we have a lot of fine ingredients, sometimes when you start cooking and preparing, the result will be maybe not the best one. Maybe next week, just a promotion, we can learn more with what about, for example, the social gastronomy. For maybe our Swedish colleague can let us the right way in which we can put together different elements, bringing research, social innovation, and business to create something that is going to lasting. Just to not abusing too much from our timing, because then we have still 50 minutes, and I think that for this session, I think that is more than deserved to give the microphone to our colleagues in UK. I will say that at the end of this 3 year and more activities, sailing on troubled water, because to be honest, sometimes also we have these kind of difficulties also with the bureaucracy on the UK indications. I can see that there will not be so tears left, but actually maybe we still have a bit of concern or a bit of fear, but actually it's not for what we did, but actually is mainly connected to what are the next challenges we have to deal with. So actually we have still a lot of challenges still running on, so we have to capitalize on what we did to try to solve it and push the bar above. So thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Alessandro, for this overview that it's really holistic about the project. And now we should have Nick Grison. I don't know if he is with us or if there are some, probably there are some internet problems. So
Nick said he was online.
he's online.
He was online before.
So Nick is climate change and sustainability manager for Birmingham City Council, and so he worked on the project. And I don't know if he's with us now. Or not. Non si sente. Okay, so yeah, if there are some questions, also just to type in the chat or to climate at fmach.it. Otherwise, there is a number that is 335. I mean, of course, +39. That is the Italian one. 335 6014 107. In the meantime, if there are no questions, maybe we can have a break, a little bit short break, and then we can come back for the first section that we start at 10. And we will start with the three. 10. Okay, so we can start a little bit early. They let me know. So it's 10 to 10. And with the second section, that is the session about the three cases. So the Göteborg and Birmingham, and the last one in the case study of Trentino. So, okay, we can have a short break and we will come back at 10 to 10. Thank you.
Anna, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, you are online. So we are happy that you are with us. And I give you the floor.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm Anna Tanell from Gothenburg Hub, and I'm not in Trento today, so I will do my moderating and presentation online. So could you please share the screen, or should I do it? Okay, no response. So now here we come. Okay. Okay, and I'll share the screen. We are in this session going to present the pilot cases from the 3 hubs, and I would just mention that the objective of this work package in the project is to build a comprehensive and adaptive common framework, and to test and improve the framework in an iterative process. And this is what we've been doing for the last almost 3 years. We have worked on pilot cases in the 3 hubs, but we have also collected best practices from other areas that have been an input and an influence to our tools that we've been developed. We collected all the tools derived from the pilot cases and some from the best practices into a toolbox. And we've also been having communication with stakeholders during this process. The 10 pilot cases including these tools have the aim to inspire other parts of Europe and globally. We have 4 cases in Gothenburg, 2 in Birmingham, and 4 in Trento, and we will now present these. And I would like to introduce the first presenter, Cyril Gobert, who will present the Farmers Incubator. And then I will stop sharing. So please, Cyril. Could we have...
Oh, here.
Yeah, here we are.
Do you hear me now, Anna?
Yes, now I hear you.
Okay, great. Perfect. So, hi everyone. So my name is Cyril Gobert, and I'm working at Botildenborg in Sweden, in Malmö, and today I'm going to be talking about our collaboration with the Gothenburg within the SATURN project on our urban farming incubator. So I'm just gonna share my screen here. Let's see. Okay, I'm happy to get confirmation that the screen sharing is working. Okay, I see that it's working. Perfect. Okay, so first of all, I want to remind what has been the mission, or what we've set as the mission over the last few years with this incubator. And the goal is really to help people go from the theoretical aspect of starting an urban farm to the practical aspect. And by the transition, I mean from year 0 to year 1, because we see that that first year within any type of entrepreneurship project is very important to get the right dynamic and get the right set of tools and skills in place. And so the way that we have formulated the mission of the incubator is how can we, well, it's basically to support the farmers in their first year of urban farming in order to achieve 10,000 crowns, 10,000 euros on a small surface, typically around 250 to 500 square meters. And we do this by giving them access to specific knowledge around both business models and business aspects and urban farming aspects, and also giving them access to a community of other farmers who share the same ambitions and who are at a similar stage of development. So if we look back to where we started years ago, where we started with something that sounds a bit crazy if you say it now, but a physical incubator. Here you can see a picture from 2018, the winter 2018, where we were in Gothenburg together with Clara, and where we basically had workshops with the farmers. And here I want to point out that the work we did within the SATURN project is a continuation of the work that we have been doing continuously since 2015 with Gothenburg on how to help urban farmers to succeed at creating companies. But now I'm just going to focus on the last 3 years. So where we were is real life incubator running parallel in Gothenburg and in Malmö, where we are located. And so these two incubator programs were running the same programs, but they were running really parallel sessions. And once per year, the Gothenburg people would come to Malmö, and the Malmö farmers would go to Gothenburg. And through 2018 and 2018, we basically kind of put our efforts on improving the content of the incubator program. I will look a little bit more in detail in a second, and trying to create as much of a nice context when we organize the workshops, so that people would exchange with each other and feel that they are part of a community, because we see that being surrounded by people who understand your needs, understand your problems, and share the same eager to find solutions is something that is really helpful in the process of moving forward, sometimes more than the actual knowledge that one can maybe deliver in a lecture. The sense of community is very important, especially as urban farming, many have as an ambition to create a community around their farm. So we believe that it really starts in and during the incubator program. But the most interesting development happened, of course, during the last year, because for two reasons. The first one, the pandemic, of course, but also the fact that parallel to the SATURN project, we're also part of another project with other European cities in the Netherlands, in Switzerland, and in Norway. And so these two factors made us reflect on, okay, how can we deliver a good incubator without meeting people in real life? And so we digitalized the incubator last year. And here you can see a print screen of what it looks like. So basically we have two different parts in this digital incubator. We have an online course, you could say, which is what you're seeing on the screen, which is like pretty much any other type of online courses. We have different modules of different content that people can watch on their own time. And typically, we had the setup where people had 2 weeks to look at one module. And parallel to this, we run live sessions on Zoom. The idea being, again, that we don't want people, it's not an education. An incubator program is not an education. It's a platform to transfer theoretical knowledge to practical practices. And so the live sessions are very important, again, for people to meet, to have this exchange, and to be able to do a lot of problem solving case by case. And what we saw after this digitalization was that it has both some very positive impacts on the incubator, and it had a few negative impacts that are creating kind of challenges for the future. On the positive side, well, we see that we have been very consistent in delivering good quality content during the lecture part of the incubator. Beforehand, we used to, me and my colleague Saba, used to run the workshops, and depending, if you're having a good day, a bad day, depending on the group, maybe the lecture is not quite on the same level of quality. Maybe you miss out on a few examples that you're just kind of spontaneously thinking about. So the fact that we recorded everything gave us the opportunity to make really nice lectures, and everyone had exactly the same quality level of lectures. So that has been very interesting for us. Of course, it's very time efficient, because once we had recorded everything, well, the work was done, and didn't matter if we had 5, 10, 20, 15. It turns out that we had 70 people in total in our European incubator. The amount of time for us was the same, which kind of allows for some kind of scalability on that part, at least. It also, of course, made it possible for people who missed out in the previous years. They couldn't come to the workshop because their kids were sick or something like this. Then here they could easily catch up with the lecture. And one thing that was interesting is that it allowed us to connect people from different cities through the live sessions every other week. So now people in Gothenburg, rather than just connecting with the people in Malmö once a year or twice a year, they were connected every other week with Gothenburg, with Norrtälje, another city in Norway, with some cities in Norway, and even sometimes some places in Switzerland last year. So it's kind of cross-city interaction and people finding other cases to interact with was a very positive aspect in creating the community feeling. On the negative side, well, it's much harder to create a good group dynamic when you're doing a online live session. So you can run good interactive digital meetings, but people won't feel as close to each other if you compare it to being in the same room and having lunch together. Also a bit harder to engage farmers who are more on the, I would say, the introvert side. If you're in a small group physically, you can take the time. Online, it's more difficult. Someone who doesn't really engage in the meeting, you will have a harder time making them more dynamic in the session. And the other negative aspect was that although the sense of community on a European or Swedish scale was good, the local community, like I said, was not as good because the people in Gothenburg didn't get to meet every other week like they did before. It was just a physical meeting amongst other people from other cities. So this is what we saw were the positive and negative aspects of this digital incubator. A few key numbers and key information on the incubator over the last 3 years. So in total, I'm just focusing on Gothenburg here. We had 24 projects that were incubated. Then in 2018, 6, 2019, and 8 last year. And in each project, the amount of people varies. Some people run the project on their own, some people are 2, some people are 3. It really depends. So the number of projects doesn't really relate to the number of farmers in the incubator. And here you can just see a few photos of the people from 2019. Thank you, Martin Berg, for these photos. And if you look at the 2018 and 2019 version, we were running 5 whole-day workshops per year. And when we went online, then we had about 16 hours of online recorded content that one could look at. And if you compare 16 hours to 10 full days, it seems that it's much less online, but it's actually much more efficient. It's 16 hours of lectures, whereas when you meet each other a full day, you maybe do 4 hours of lecturing. So we were able to deliver much more content online. So in total, like I said, we had 6 modules, 8 live sessions per year, a Discord server, if you're familiar with this. It's basically an app that allows people to connect and chat with each other and share their problem and for people to answer. So again, working on this community aspect. And together, this server was connecting 78 farms, which was the number of farms in the incubator this year, or this last winter, between Norway and Sweden. And a quick route on the topics that we touch. Our first module is looking at the season debrief. So it's the farmers from the previous year who give their what they think, a debrief of their own season, how much money they made, how much investment, what was difficult, what they would do different. So it's kind of first-hand information for the new farmers. We look at entrepreneurship, how to think like an entrepreneur. It's one of the biggest challenge that we have. A lot of people who come in, it's their first experience within entrepreneurship. So there's really a need to focus on you're running a business and your activity is to farm. So you need to think like an entrepreneur. We look at financial and crop planning. We look at how to grow microgreens to make income in the winter. We look at we have a practical workshop on how to start your farm, tools and techniques out on the field. And we look at sales and perma-business, so how to approach customers and how to diversify your activity. The ambition being that to be successful on a small scale, if you want to stay small, then you have to diversify. You have to choose. And so after running this incubator for 3 years and switching to digital, I see that we have 3 questions. There's more, obviously, but 3 main questions that we should be reflecting on in order to achieve our goal in a better way. The first one is our incubator is very good during the winter from January to April, which is when we have the theoretical aspect, and then people go out on the field. And here there is a question of how do we best help farmers during the season? Do we continue digital sessions? Should there be a local person, like an educational farmer who has at least 25% of their time dedicated to helping the new farmers? There's a few options on how one can do this, but we really need to improve on that point because people might be on board up to April, May, and then we start to progressively lose a bit contact and have a harder time reaching out and helping out. The second one is, should we should the resources that we have, so the time and the budget that the cities have to help the farmers, should they be put equally to all the projects that apply to the incubator and to the testbed, or should it focus more on the projects that are the more promising? Because what we see is that there are some clear success factors that we have identified over the years. And we know that if you have 3 out of 5 success factors, you have more chance of succeeding than if you have 1 or 0. And as it is today, we offer the same help to everyone because we want everyone to move forward. But as we're still in the beginning of this process within urban farming, there is still this ambition that we need people, we need a few people to really succeed in order to make it more visible. And here we have a bit of a different model between Malmö and Gothenburg. And this is a discussion. Do we select just a few projects and give them a lot of help? Or do we select more projects and give a little bit less help? So I think that's a strategic question, also a budget question that is interesting to have on the table. And the last one, of course, has to do with financing. So far, most of the financing comes through innovation projects and things like this. And we see that now we think we have kind of shown and proven that maybe we should have a more stable financing, just like other normal incubators, tech incubators, who support other types of entrepreneurs. So I think that's the next big step, to have a more stable program here. Yeah, and that's, I think, that's it for me. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Cyril. Very interesting. We will continue directly over to Clara Hansson from the city of Gothenburg, and she will present the model farm. So I invite Clara. And you are muted. We can see you, Clara, but you are muted.
There we go. Hello, everyone. Let's see if I can get this screen shared properly. Is that good? And you can still hear me? Or you can't hear me? Okay, I'll go back and see if I'll make this happen again. So Anna, can you hear me, or can you just see my mouth moving?
I can both hear you and I can see the presentation.
The presentation, okay. But I can't enter full screen mode on the presentation and still be talking. Let's give it a second try. Maybe I can share a different version. So anyways, while I get this going, hello, my name is Clara. I work for the municipality of Gothenburg as their urban farmer. And I've been running one of the projects called the Model Farm, which is a place where you can, or where we can educate farmers and produce food via showcasing the techniques behind a market garden. So let's see if I can get my full screen set up. And can you see my visuals now as a full screen slide?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. There we go. Back in 2019, when we started this project, I was hired to transform an old pasture land into a market garden so that we could showcase and have a place where people could actually step into a market garden in Sweden, because there's not too many of those around yet. And we wanted to further the innovative part of how this farming system works and be able to actually have people move into its system. So this pasture land, the model farm, is located about 15 kilometers from central Gothenburg, just a few kilometers from one of the suburban areas. And I've been working at a 75% time scale here. And we started with investing roughly 20,000 euros, about double what Cyril was talking about for the incubator slots. And during the past 3 years, we've transformed this old pasture or grassland into a very productive market garden. And I've just been finalizing this past season. Last week was my last delivery. And we're now up to about 3,000 kilos of produce per year, which is being delivered to schools and elderly care homes in the area. So this means that we're producing about 40 tons of vegetables per hectare, which is comparable to any standard ecological farming. And this is just in our 3rd year. So moving from heavy clay soils to a rich biodiverse place, there's endless potential here. So in this pilot case, we have shown that a market garden can successfully be established in a short time span if you have the right knowledge and a small but significant budget. And we've shown that a market garden can produce the same amount or more of vegetables per hectare compared to large-scale organic farming in Sweden. And we've also shown that we can quite easily integrate this as part of a municipality's food and educational system. So in Sweden, part of what we as taxpayers pay for is free lunches for our kids who go to school. And so I've been delivering most of these vegetables to schools so that children of all ages have had the chance to actually eat nutrient-dense and fresh food. And it's been fantastic to hear the feedback from the kitchens and from the children who are actually eating vegetables now. They like broccoli, they like purple beans, etc. So it's been a very pleasant voyage in that sense. So we started out with a mission that we wanted the model farm to be a highly productive small-scale farm unit, providing food and education. And I can definitely say that we've achieved this mission. And in the vision, we stated that by showcasing both the farming and business model behind a sustainable and successful farm, the model farm will serve as a driver for the integration of regenerative farming practices in the continuous evolution of urban and rural multifunctional landscapes. We wanted to press both the market gardening aspect of how to farm, but also the business model. The business model, however, was slightly trickier to get going. I mean, the incubator that Cyril and Saba has been running was definitely part of what we were trying to, latch onto. But running within the municipality's system, we realized that we just couldn't sell our produce. So what we've been doing is giving it for free to the schools and elderly care homes. And so we kind of segued into another model here, looking at how the public sector can help to establish market gardens and fruit production units within the public sector. And it's an unexpected and very interesting outcome of the project and the vision. We've been looking at finding lots and lots of data, because what we want to do is to strengthen the market gardening community. And in Sweden and the EU, a lack of data and statistics regarding working hours and crop planning and harvest and the investment needed, etc. It's really been hindering the growth of small-scale farmers. And without relevant information, then how can you make a very, appropriate business decision as a farmer? So a key element to this pilot has been to actually gather very detailed information regarding the startup of a market garden. So each working day, I pick up my phone, I press play if I'm harvesting kale, and then I press stop, and then I press play for harvesting leeks, and then stop, and then press play for packing, etc. So I have a lot of statistics to now sit down with for these last months of the project, and to pitch this into, or put this into a handbook or a guide for those interested in looking to start up a farm, so that you can actually start doing the calculations, not only of investments needed, but specifically on how much time it takes to do farming. So we have timing for each performed task during these 3 seasons, and we have the budget for tools, materials, seeds, etc. We have a specific crop planning that you can look at, and we know exactly what we've been harvesting each week, what types of crop, how much they weigh, and we can then look at how many bed meters or square meters those crops were growing on to get a specific measurement there. And so my final months, as I said, will be used for putting together a guide for this, and it's going to be interesting to do that. Some key figures from this year then. What you see in the picture is the model farm of today, or well, as it looked a couple of weeks ago. We have about 720 meters of efficient growing area, where some 20% of that is dedicated to green manure and the rest is for growing food. And we're serving up 40 different crops or more, and we've been delivering some 3 tons of vegetables this season, which equivalents 25,000 school servings. And this year we had 19 weeks of harvests, and we sent it to 8 local schools and 2 care homes. As I said, we can't sell this produce. So what I need to do is kind of do the backwards calculations, looking at how much would this have cost for the schools and the other units to buy from the grocers or other channels. So in potential sales revenues, this 3rd season, we have between 18,000 and 28,000 euros. Because it's a tough market. So that's maybe half of the money needed to actually get this running on like a nice salary, but it means that you could do this as a farmer and have a small salary and get it going. It's me, one urban farmer, working 75% per week with this. That's a 30-hour week in Sweden. I've been tutoring 5 part-time interns during the season, and we had a bunch of site visits with different student groups and also a lot of guided group visits from civil society. It could be other farmers or politicians or people looking into how to access this kind of information to push their municipality to do something similar. We've been Instagramming this season and the past seasons to get the information out there. So the dissemination of the project has been ongoing for 3 years, and we've been featured in the radio and newspapers, etc. So there's a buzz around what we're doing in Gothenburg and in Malmö and so on. It's good. The vision then forward. How do we move this forward? As I said, the Gothenburg case has shown that we're now working within the municipality. It's a system where we could actually scale up by having a hub and satellite farms. So as I see it, the way forward that we need to push to our politicians and people setting the budgets within the municipalities, that the model farm is active year-round. It's serving as a central hub connecting seasonally active satellite farms spread throughout the municipality. And the model farm is delivering vegetables and educating new urban farmers, whilst also providing know-how, plant material, and tools to the satellite farms. The satellite farms are linked to nearby schools, delivering vegetables and functioning as pedagogical learning environments. So, yes, there's a way forward after the SATURN project. And thank you so much. That was my final little inlay here.
Thank you very much, Clara. Thank you. And we will continue over to the next pilot case, which is finding land, scaling up. And Martin Berg from the city of Gothenburg will present this. I welcome Martin to the screen.
Thank you. I'm here, live and direct. Okay, thank you, everyone. It has been 3 wonderful years, and we have done so much good work, both in Gothenburg and in the other hubs. And I would like to start with emphasize that the work we have done in Gothenburg and with our pilot cases is part of a bigger ecosystem that we want to create for new green entrepreneurs. We want to create opportunities to pursue a farming career, starting with an incubator and a test bed that we will hear later on with Martin, and also a model farm where you can touch and see and learn how to farm in a specific model, in this case a market garden. And finally, what I will be talking about also how we can create opportunities to map underutilized abandoned farmland and farms, so farmers often concentrated in urban areas can scale up and move out in the farmland, in the countryside, peri-urban to rural, in order to scale up and to bring life to slumbering farms and create and be a part of creating a vivid and living rural countryside. So this work has been carried out by me and my colleague at VGR, Anders Nilsson. And what we have done and will finish before this project is over is a guide on how you can map this kind of land and to matchmake it with farmers. So basically we have done this without some exceptions within the area of Lab 190, and which is a collaboration between 4 municipalities along a road, alongside a road that stretches from Gothenburg out 70 kilometers into the rural landscape. And this area has been have a lot of challenges throughout the years, and we have a lot of threats that is connected to exploitation, because this has been a really vivid and living farmland area before, but we have an elder population of farmers, and we have municipalities that want to expand their population and want to build on some of this land. And we want to create and emphasize the work of creating better opportunities for green entrepreneurs, food production, and ecotourism. So this work is part of that collaboration. And we see that, we have a lot of underutilized land that haven't been acknowledged by these municipalities before to this extent. And one of our role model and what we have been looking into is a work done by Falkenberg municipality in Sweden, where they did a work that was called Live Your Dream, where they mapped abandoned houses that weren't used, and they matched it with people that wanted to move into the countryside. The difference between that project and what we wanted to achieve was that they cut off the farmland from the houses, and we wanted this work to be a work where we include farmland and living opportunities. So the vision, I have already said it, a bit of it, but it was to create a guideline for municipalities to create new opportunities for new farmers to settle in this landscape. And it's quite hard to find a generic model for this, and there is many ways farmland and houses can be perceived as abandoned and underutilized, and there is also different ways that you can lease or make this land arable or be used again. It can be both leases. It can be that that the land will be sold to new stakeholders, or it can be a collaboration between old and new stakeholders on the farm. So there could be a different ways of doing this. Yes. And what we did was that we went out in the landscape, me and Anders, and we tried to test different models, but you can separate finding public land and private land as two paths. And one way to find public land is to map the land that in this case a municipality owns, and you can also see in the leases and the contracts if it is fulfilled with the present leaseholder, or could it be because many times leases are not run in the way they're supposed to be. So there's a lot of land laying underutilized. Can you change that? Can you end contracts? And if there's no house on the land, can you find other living opportunities to live nearby? So we went out, we looked for this, and we looked in the Gothenburg municipality, and we started talking to the other municipalities of testing this. It was quite hard in the beginning to make them see this as something to spend time on. But one thing you can do, you have to find the right people. So one of them is sitting here, is Martin. He's working with land leases. So it's really good to find and to map people responsible for these leases. And another way, a way of finding private land could be that you look on waste management. Is there a scheme for waste management on the properties? If not, there could be, it is a lead on that this land could be abandoned. Is there electricity prenumeration? So you can find different way. You can go out and talk to neighbors in the area, and they often have a lot of knowledge about land that looks abandoned. That's a really good tip to do. And also if there are other places they know about in the proximity. So this will be put into a guide on how to carry out such work. And we are just in the beginning of doing this. We've done this for 3 years, but in some municipalities it has been easier, and in some other it has been harder, both due to COVID and to economic and political will in the municipalities. So the status right now is that we have a complete map of course of the publicly owned farmland in Gothenburg, and Gothenburg is quite rare example because we have a lot and we work a lot with it. And in Gothenburg we have found and matched 2 big farms during SATURN project. One Norrgården with 15 hectares with 2 different farmers, and we have a new lease for a new farm that you might have heard of before, Alsobi Farm. They now have 17 hectares, have a small land lease for a woman that call her farm Asian Farm. She farms Asian green leaves, but yeah, only on the land that have been abandoned and underutilized. And we have really getting quite far with Alingsås municipality. After we did our first recognition and the field trips we did, they have started to map their farms and have 170 farms on their first draft that they will work further on with. And I missed Etsunga kommun, which is one of the four as well. They've started out a long-term work due to this work in SATURN, how they could match farmers to existing farms or underutilized farms. So there will be a map and guide for this in the end product of this project. Yes, and I think was all for me and this pilot case. I give the word to Anna.
Thank you very much, Martin. We will go over to the last pilot case in the Swedish hub, and that will be the test beds run by the city of Gothenburg. And I give the word to Martin Pedersen, who will present that.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Martin Ba Pedersen. I work in Gothenburg municipality. I work mainly with land lease for agricultural land. And the difference between Gothenburg and many other cities in, I guess, for Sweden and Europe also, is that we have a lot of farmland. And you have farmland not because we wanted to have farmland, but we had farmland because there was an idea that Gothenburg should expand enormously. So the municipality bought up a lot of land during the 50s and 60s. So what we see on the map here in green is the farmland where we currently have a lease, where farmers can lease land. It's divided into, we have about 60 farms. With farms, I mean that's farmland and also living areas, so you can live on your farm. And we have a couple of hundred just leases with only farmland and no living areas. But in this project, we saw that there was an interest of a new type of farmers. Farmers are usually young people, often not from a farming background, but with a lot of new knowledge and interest in making a living from farming, and also especially from using this new concept of farming, which have been talked about earlier today with market gardening. So there's another focus. It's not so area dependent. You can have quite a small piece of land, but you still can be very productive. So the challenge for us as a landowner then became how can we help this development and this transitioning? Because normally, as a landowner, you are quite passive. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Should have a pop filter. Quite passive in the sense that you rarely have much contact with the farmers. You only meet during when you sign the contract, and then there's nothing more. In this case, with these farmers, we identified there's a need for a bit more involvement, and a way of doing that is to make it possible for farmers to start off without too much resources. So I guess that was the main idea behind the test beds. And the test beds is really about finding the absolute bare necessities of what you need if you want to start up farming. And there's an ongoing discussion about how much that actually is. But at the present, it's really simple. It has to do with water, irrigation systems, of course. That's the most important thing. And also to do with fencing. There's a lot of wildlife around, so you need to be able to keep those animals out of your vegetable garden, which we have been mostly successful with, but not entirely. 2-meter high fences is sometimes not enough. And then in the planning of these test beds, you need to have a kind of an overall grid planning. You need to have walkways and to provide accessibility if the farmers want to have delivered compost and other stuff. And apart from that, also somewhere to store your tools. So basically, we use shipping containers. They are easily available, quite inexpensive, but provide security for the investment that the farmers make. And toilets, also very expensive, not expensive at all, also very important. So that's the bare necessity. But there's also an added support system that we have been using for some time, and that is the possibility of us as a municipality doing the investment for the farmers. And we do that by we buy the it's mostly to do with greenhouses, that we can buy the greenhouse, and then we can take that payment and spread that over a lot of years. So in the end, the farmers will have paid for the whole greenhouse, but there's no need for a loan, and for most cases, a loan is not possible to achieve for these farmers. The banks are not interested. So we don't know how long we can provide this extra support system, but we hope it will continue. Some numbers. We are 30 growers and growing. The thing is that we saw the previous photo. Not all of that is managed right now. We had about half of it. We have to make a new drainage system, but now more is available for people. And we start quite small plots of land, 200 square meters, and then you have the ability, or you can expand within the area. And also, as Martin and others have said, we also have that opportunity to provide even larger plots of land and eventually a farm, which have happened several times. And this is a good system because then we can actually see who works and who doesn't. So people can try this out, and then we can kind of, we can see. It's a way of finding good farmers. We use a dynamic plot system, not a set plot system, because the people have different. Some people are very expansive and would like to have more land, and others would like to stay on a small plot of land, and both should be possible. So the grid, or the different growers, the map of the area will kind of change every year due to the new interest and what the farmers want. And a lot of companies have been created because of this. This is a good thing, and that was the initial ideal. So this is not for farming for own consumption. This is for people who would like to have this as a part income, or maybe a a main income also. And the initial the cost of this is about 100 euros a year, which is it's not much money. It's a very small amount. The sales are always direct sales in with various forms, not so much CSA in this model, because they tend to have too little to provide a kind of a stable delivery throughout a period of time. So they tend to use recordings. And also lately, self-service systems. I don't know the actual English term for that, but when people come to the farm and they pick the vegetables themselves, anyone know what that means? What that's called? Yeah, but you know what it is. Yes. Pick your own. Yes, yes. So that's a new thing, and that's it gives kind of an added value, because then automatically it creates more life in the growing these areas. People could get to know them, and they get to know the farmers, and they see the actual products where they are grown. And the last thing is restaurants, a direct contact with restaurants, because the restaurants finds these. This is a really added value for restaurant to have something local, organic, produce, very freshly delivered. Yes. Yeah, I mentioned that trends now. There's a lot of interest in growing cut flowers. That's the, and that also creates a lot of more. It creates more people coming to these places. And the next point about the increasing cultivated area or remaining on small plots, I already told you about. This is a nice picture. This is one of our new growers who have a large percentage of cut flower production. The lessons we have learned in this project is I cannot stress enough water distribution. It's so insanely important, and if you start off wrong, it can be really hard to fix later. The added cost. There's a special. What can I say? What makes it so special is that you not only you have to think about the demand of water in relation to the area, but also that there are maybe 20 different people who would like to water at different times. So it's hard to make a system where you can have a steady inflow if you're working with a system that it can only have a limited amount of water in a specific time. So the best thing in these systems are really to have a pond, or to have some place where you can have a lot of water out in a short time. You don't have to think about that. And another really important thing I think is the question of autonomy, because there's a kind of an effect where if you go in too hard in this project with helping and managing things and fixing, if things doesn't work, you fix them. It can generate a kind of situation where the growers will lean back and basically wait for the help to come. But what we really want to promote and to what can I say, foster is the sense of what can I say, that it's their area, that they feel it like their own, so they take responsibility for it, and also they also go together as a group and fix problems. This will be much more stable in the long term. It's also much easier for a municipality to have this kind of system, because then it won't generate a lot of work all the time. So that's also a thing about the promotion of community on site, that they need to feel as a group and not as people who are kind of fighting for the same resources. Yeah, and it's also to create a model that is adaptive is extremely important, and especially, of course, this is a new way of doing things. So it would be stupid to get into this project with a kind of set idea about how it should be, because it should be it should grow and change with the growers and what the needs that arise and they say. So we've changed quite a lot during these 3 years, but hopefully this will be something that can be exported, and other places, other cities can find it interesting. And it is really a kind, it's not so much investment involved. So you really can get a lot of value of a small investment. And it has a lot of positive byproducts. Yes. Yeah, I think that was the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. We are running a little bit late in our sessions here, so I urge you to stick to the 7 minutes we have. I will give the word to the Birmingham hub. Over there we have Catherine Moore and Anastasia Nicoligiani from the Birmingham City University, and Nick Grayson from the Birmingham City Council. So I give the word to you. I think Nick will start, if I remember right. And please keep it to 7 minutes. So we are a little bit behind the schedule now. Thank you. I cannot hear you. I think Anastasia or Nick, you need to put on the microphone.
Yeah.
There we go. Yes.
Okay, we're off.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you. So we may as well move straight on to the next slide if we're tight on time, if that's possible. So the Birmingham case study differs slightly from the others in that we're very urban. We do have some urban fringe, but not much. And this is very often the image people have when you speak of Birmingham, which they often see as a concrete jungle rather than a place of nature, for example. And the issue that we brought to the SATURN program is somewhat illustrated by this image, in that across the whole of Europe and across the whole of the world, really, one of the key problems behind utilizing landscape in the best way comes down to the fact that it is highly fragmented. And it's fragmented due to a lot of factors and due to the way in which we, as a species, have made use of the land. And these elements of fragmentation come back to the question of governance, because whilst ever the land is as fragmented as it is, then the governance to actually bring change and make positive change is really tricky, because the governance is equally fragmented. So our work package 1 was about bringing some order to this chaos, starting with a spatial vision, then looking at who your stakeholders would be to align with that vision, and then bringing them together to create a route map as to how you could coordinate a way forward. So our next slide will show that, in that the vision isn't necessarily a new concept. This is Ebenezer Howard's drawing for Garden City. So the idea of having a spatial vision is not a new one, but ours also relates to the 21st century challenges around sustainability and climate change. Understanding those and getting people to engage with that so that there's a co-ownership of that vision is absolutely important and vital. And when you start mapping that vision, the number of potential stakeholders you're involved with can be vast, just a big crowd of people. And how do you select who the important people are or who the critical people are? And it's only when you have a vision that you can start to put people against that vision in terms of what's their role. Are they supporters or are they actually blockers? And how can you bring them together and map them and understand the relationship you need to build with them to move towards that vision? And as you do that, you start to pick a team, much like you do in sport or some other area of life, where you just want your best players, your strongest players. And that capacity building exercise is about identifying who those people are and what specific part or role they could play on getting you on this journey, on this route map. There will be a session later on the motion study, which was also a Climate Kick program. And the route map that we used was their X-curve. And it was absolutely brilliant to help us get to that sense that the Swedish team have just expressed about how they went from their vision towards where they want to go. And we did the same in Birmingham and elsewhere. And that team and that route map then takes you back to that question of governance. So the final, we started on a series of case studies. Again, if you just take your thoughts back to that motorway junction, this is a map of the West Midlands, but it's taking away everything that we have added as a species. Is it the landscape that's fragmented, or is it us that have fragmented the landscape? And if you actually look at the natural characteristics of a landscape, they can be really quite amazing. And the opportunities that that landscape still presents can therefore be better and more clearly understood and brought into being as a vision, as a joined up landscape. And that is what sits behind our ambition for the West Midlands National Park. The birthplace of the Industrial Revolution becomes the birthplace of a green revolution and a climate change stable place. This is what we've been working on as one of our case studies, and it's been adopted by the regional authority. We're now in the process of how to implement it. Next slide, please. So in Birmingham itself, we are an ex-industrial city, but we have a 25-year vision to be a green city. And we have mapped it in two different ways. One is, what is the potential of that landscape, that hidden landscape that sits behind the city? How could we bring that out and make the most of it and connect it to people? And what is the equity of the current system? What is the equity of the city, and what is the equity behind people's ability to access quality green space? We're bringing both of those two things together into a 25-year program to deliver a green Birmingham, but one that actually builds back community access and equal access through a fair standard. This has now been mapped across the whole of the council, so it's everybody takes a role and a part in the delivery of that. And in order to run that, we then have a new governance model in place that connects all parts of the council, from the politicians down to the people on the ground, and is entirely locked into and supported by a community alliance embedded in the community. So it's a long-term, both a long-term vision. We've mapped our stakeholders, we've understood how to build capacity across the organization and beyond across our partners, and that's what we've implemented. And it's been one of the key points and key learning outcomes for us from the SATURN program. Next slide. So I think we now need to see the slides for our other case studies, Tame Valley and the food growing network, which I believe Anastasia will show. There we go. And over.
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello from me as well. Good morning. Let me share my screen as well. Okay, thank you very much, Nick. We're now moving into the other two case studies of Birmingham, following the same process as Nick has explained. So being in the session of out there, let's see what happened out there in the real case studies in the real world, and how did SATURN project helped translate all these ideas of stakeholder mapping and engagement and capacity building into real case studies. So we'll present two more cases from the city of Birmingham. The first looking at the broad landscape vision, and the second looking into urban food growing. So as part of the project, we had the task to support real case studies to create and deliver their visions and build capacity with their stakeholders, but also internally with their teams. And you might think that the route looked like, a plain, simple route following the vision, but it probably looked a little bit more like this. There was a lot of different ideas, lots of searching, lots of looking, and we're still exploring that, of course, with some of the teams. It's not that we are stopping. But I just need to express that when you try to take some ideas to the real world, to the real case studies, there are lots of different routes you could follow. So in some cases, there's no right or wrong, but you have to see where you want to go, really, where's your vision. So the first case study I'm going to talk about is the Tame Valley wetlands. Tame Valley lies between Birmingham and Tamworth in the West Midlands. It's an extraordinary hidden landscape, which is not known, but actually is on the doorstep of over 1 million people, maybe more. And it's not very well known because of the fragmentation Nick just explained a minute ago. So the Tame Valley wetlands has a wide variety of habitats, hosts a rich diversity of wildlife and rare species. It's home to several of the most important wildlife sites in the Midlands. And this it's a very important regionally river corridor. So that creates a lot of challenges. And because of the transportation, the fragmentation, and all the urban sites next to that creates a lot of challenges for them in order to make it not just known, but valuable and respectable from the people who live around and visitors as well. So our task has been to help the partnership understand the issues and find the necessary methods, tools and collaborators as well to become a go-to site in the area. It is not an easy aim, of course, because it's a very big in hectares and acres landscape, but also it's very significant on scientific interest as well. But our stakeholder engagement and capacity building processes and activities within SATURN has examined their visions and aimed to support with a pathway to become a key site for the West Midlands. So we have examined the issues and steps, and the partners needed for the partners the Tame Valley wetlands needed or thought they think they need to become a key site in the area. And we are now at the point where a pathway has been built. Of course, we have done this using the stakeholder engagement process of SATURN, as well as the Motion project, which you will hear about later on, to build capacity. And we have reached to a point where we are now discussing with the Tame Valley team the pathway they need to take to achieve their vision and goals. So this is not the end, even though we are on the final workshop for SATURN. Of course, that was just the beginning, and that's the whole point, that we start and build relationship with the real case studies in the area. So where we are now at this point is where we want to take them to see, evidence, let's say, or see the vision we're building all these past years. So this has been our first case study, very, very briefly. And we're not at the vision point yet, but significant steps have been taken to get us there. The second case study I wanted to talk about is the growing network. This is focusing on food growing and also on growing in general in an urban area. It is about developing an urban farming and social farming within Birmingham and in its outskirts as well, but the focus has been now the city mostly. The team behind this scheme states that the creation of physical space nurtures and presents opportunities for the generation of social space in the urban fabric. So being at the heart of the second biggest city in England, you probably understand that entrepreneurial activities are not that easy. And we have tried to learn from Gothenburg as well as Trento. However, the aim of this scheme is not just to grow and produce food. The Urban Farming and Growing Network has identified itself as a group providing support to the community, not just by growing plants and vegetables, but by growing people, as we say, meaning using this activity as a mental health support, as well as a community bonding. And of course, awareness and landscape awareness and climate change awareness. So this scheme is not just about mitigating carbon in urban farming, but by enhancing its social benefits as well. The close work of SATURN with the Urban Farming and Growing Network has revealed many hidden beneficiaries and people and organizations we didn't know, but also needs in the area of the West Midlands. So during the evaluation of the landscape, the recognition of the barriers in the area and the many challenges in which the case study needs support from the council as well as big organizations, we have revealed routes of collaborations, and we have found ways to engage with several stakeholders that the group was not possible to engage before. So as you can imagine, this has not been an easy path to take, and there were several barriers and challenges, and there still are for this in the urban environment. But using SATURN's connections, as well as engaging with the city of Birmingham and the projects they're doing in the Naturally Birmingham that Nick just mentioned, we have also supported them by building a pathway for the team to take on and explore further. So this is still a work in progress, as you can imagine. And for this case study, I think it is particularly important to stick to a vision and aim for delivery. We are also in discussions with them, with the food growing team. But this is maybe a very rough or preliminary example of how it will look like today. And the point is similar to the previous case study. We're now at the moment where we need to decide the next steps in order for them to deliver the community gardens they have in mind and they want to achieve. So providing this very brief summary of the two case studies, I need to mention that we don't treat this at the end as the end of the process, as you see, but having participated at the SATURN project, we see this as the beginning of a new pathway for both case studies and for the other, of course, that we presented. We have managed to provide training and support on how this can be done, as well as reach out to further stakeholders and create engagement, create networks, or improve our networks in some cases. So I think the real value comes seeing the outcomes of this 3-year process and understanding or putting on the steps on how we can move forward from that. Thank you very much.
Anastasia. We will go over directly to the final hub in SATURN project, and this is Trentino. And we will start with Nutrire Trento, and I will welcome Francesca Forno and Mattia Andreola on the stage, please.
Hi, good morning to everyone. Can you hear me? Oh. Okay, let's start. So let me introduce the current situation of the food system. I start with three great problems, three great issues and trends in the food system. The first concerns the food waste. Every year, 1.3 billion of food is wasted, and there's no access to adequate food supply for humans. Most crops are used, in fact, indeed, for animal feed or biofuels. There is an unfair access to food. So for everyone, for every person suffering from malnutrition, there are two who are obese or overweight. And this led consumers, activists, and decision makers to an increased awareness of health and food safety, and a growing distrust of the conventional food system. And this brought also to the rise of alternative food networks. That are local organizations that involve small scale producer with the aim of increasing the sustainability of the supply chain. And these networks are based on some principles, some names that are organic agriculture production, local food, and rediscovering also certain principles such as authenticity and the qualitative turn. It has the perception of food that is qualitatively superior. However, there are also critical issues. Benefits are still under discussions because the quantitative and qualitative indicators of economic, environmental, and social sustainability do not give consistent and reliable results. These networks are failing to dismantle pre-existing social inequalities, and these networks are also characterized by self-referentiality and difficulty in expanding networks and practices. However, municipality could have a great role in this process, can enhance the impact of these realities, and can influence change in the food system by designing policies that can integrate food with other areas. They can collect data and information. They can identify problems and they can formulate proposals. They can mobilize organization, tools, resources, and funding. But also they can promote new link between stakeholder networks, and they can show and disseminating information, problems, and solutions to the citizens. Well, now we can talk about Nutria Trento. Nutria Trento has been founded in 2017 with the definition of three main objectives. The first is to promote more conscious consumption. The second is to raise awareness for more sustainable production. And finally, to shorten the distance between consumers and producers, so between urban and rural areas. Nutria Trento is also a platform that aims to bring together players, stakeholders of the local shore supply chain, and to map and disseminate local realities. It supports cultural dissemination initiatives and projects of the short supply chain. And indeed, during the pandemic, it launched some alternative supply chain projects. The first one was Nutria Trento Fase 2, an experimental initiative with some home delivery that involved 15 producers and 68 consumer families. And the second one, the current one, is the community-supported agriculture, Naturalmente in Trentino, formed by 13 producers and 34 consumer families. Well, significant differences emerged between the two projects. Although it involved more producers and consumers, Nutria Trento Fase 2 experienced a series of criticalities that led to the abandon of the project by its users. and the impossibility of planning the production season on the basis of consumer demands led to the main problem of the project, that is the shortage of fresh fruits and vegetables. Moreover, its organization was based on a method, the home delivery, which did not match up very well with the labor and social commitments that being reactivated with the end of the lockdown measures. And the need for a minimum order discouraged purchases, as revealed both by questionnaires and interviews with the participants of the project. And so the result was a constant declining trend over the 2 months of the project, as you can see by the graph. Then we have our current project, that is the CSA Naturalmente in Trentino, that on the contrary is showing a gradual increase both in the number of participants and in the total economic turnover of the product sold. The graph is a little bit confused, but you can see the green line that is showing the total amount of the product sold. And you have to consider that in the last data of October, take into account just the first 2 weeks of this month. So I think this is a very great datum. In the first season, it has not been possible to plan the production season together with the consumers, that we call it eaters. Nonetheless, excessive planning work allowed together 13 producers to meet the demand of 34 consumer families. And another positive aspect is the emergence, the rise of a real community of people that are cooperating and sharing their knowledge and time. That are still some critical points, especially concerning the organization of logistics and the reliability of the digital platform used for orders. But the feedback from participating members, I think, is very positive. Furthermore, it should be specified that the distinctive element of a CSA should be pre-financing, but in our reality, there's no real form of pre-financing, only a base system. Pre-financing is one of the most important goal aim of the future, and for this reason we are also collecting data with food diaries and questionnaires. And so with these two instruments we are planning the announcement of this project for the future, to enhance and to scale out with other realities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mattia. Just to remind all of you that questions and answers will come after the last presentation. We are moving over to the next pilot case in Italy, and this is rural-urban metabolism for food dynamics. And I welcome Angelica and Sarah to the floor.
Hello everyone. We have changed a little bit the structure of our presentation. So we are Angelica Pienegonda, Sara Favargiotti and Marco Ciolli from the University of Trento. And we are working in the field of urban and rural reconnection and in the field of landscape planning and ecology. As everyone can recognize, our lifestyle and consumption habits are increasingly impacting in the environment and have a bad consequence on the landscape. Our impact, in particular, impact on the ecological footprint, and ecological footprint can be considered as a measure and assess methodology to, ecological footprint can be considered as a method to assess and impact our impact on the territory. Nowadays, our consumption worldwide population is currently using the equivalent of 1.7 Earth planets to satisfy our needs and absorb our waste. We, as a research group, we have studied our impacts through the rural-urban metabolism that is inspired by the urban metabolism, a metaphor that compares the function of an organism, of humans, animals, and plants, to a territory. The rural-urban metabolism studies the flows of energy and materials through the territory and try to transform our linear system into a circular one, with the aim to develop a more sustainable futures. We have compared the ecological footprint with the biocapacity, and the ecological footprint can be defined as a measure of the demand that population and activity placed on the biosphere in a given year, given the prevailing technology and resource management of the year. Instead, the biocapacity can be considered as a measure of the amount of biologically productive land and sea area available to provide the ecosystem services that humanity consumes, our ecological budget or nature's regenerative capacity. By comparing the two, we discover if a territory is a debtor of natural resources or a reserve of natural resources. In fact, if the ecological footprint is greater than the biocapacity, the territory is a debtor, and on the contrary, if the ecological footprint is less than the biocapacity, it is a biological reserve. To calculate the average consumption amount of the inhabitants, so to calculate the ecological footprint of a territory, we can have in two methods, mainly two methods, the top-down approach and the bottom-up approach. The top-down approach has the advantages that it ensures the comparability between the case studies, but it not reflect perfectly the local condition. On the contrary, the bottom-up approach reflects more the local condition, but it doesn't assure the comparability. So we have decided to use an hybrid approach that try to be both comparable and close to the local condition. To calculate the carbon footprint, we have collected data from the mobility, food, housing, and the servicing and goods sectors. And then we have multiplied the average consumption per capita to the CO2 emission per unit of products. And so finally, we have calculated the carbon footprint. As we can see here, in the Trentino region, transports and services and goods are the most impacting sectors, followed by the food sector. On the other side, to compare our impact on the territory, we have calculated the biocapacity of the territory, and we have started from the Korean land use map. And then we have recategorized the land use into 6 categories: forest, grazing lands, croplands, inland fishing water, and infrastructures. Then we have multiplied this the area of these categories by 2 factors, the yield factor and the equivalence factor, to obtain the biocapacity of the territory. And at the end, we have discovered that our territory is a biocapacity debtor because the biocapacity is less than the ecological footprint. In fact, our biocapacity is 1.81, and the ecological footprint instead is 2.72 gigahectares per inhabitants. So I leave the word to Sarah.
Thank you, Angelica. Thank you all. So thanks to SATURN, we had the opportunity to explore this rural-urban metabolism, which is for us, it's not just a tool, it's not only a metaphor, it's actually a process that we have explored and developed through this 3-year process in a circular and interacting process from the ones that the first phase that we see, the data collection from national to local data and the combining the different also informations, but also exchanging with a lot of with several meetings, a lot of meetings and visioning meetings following the approach that our colleagues from Birmingham promote through the research. And so by using all these event opportunity of stakeholder engagement, vision exercise, and so far so on, up to our goal was only not to collect data and numbers, but also to make them visible, to make them specializing, so making them have a look clearly on the maps and see, because we are also architects, ecologists, so we do also need to see how these materials and elements looks and impact or the opportunities of these thematics on the ground, let's say, with the aim of supporting our local stakeholders very much interacting with us by giving some strategic visions, strategic actions that might support them in driving policy strategies. So we came out through this research in 3, let's say, mainly thematic fields, the natural landscape, and here are some of the results combine the data and collecting all the quality but also the critical aspect of the natural system, and just as a very brief outlook of the potentialities of the land of Trentino on the left and on the right of the Trentino hub, the 3 territories, Pergine Valsugana municipality, Trento municipality, and the Piana Rotaliana system involved in the process. So we deeply explore these natural elements, and thanks also to the collaboration of several numbers, more than 20 master theses, doctoral theses, bachelor theses, with also support some specific insight research experimentation, as we call, such as the multi-criteria analysis to understand the areas who have been recovered, rewilded by the agricultural fields that have been recovered by the forest, or understanding the potentialities of ecological networks, or the quality of permeability index in the cities. And we also promote some ideas of these topics of being less impactful in terms of carbon footprint and more adaptive to climate change could be addressed in the 3 territories through some, for example, exploration of ecological corridors or green blue infrastructure scenarios. The same happened with the food landscape, which was one of the main goals also of the SATURN project. And we not simply specialize the fields, the elements, the natural elements, agricultural lands, but also we try to make some dynamic elements like the valuable and the network of food producers clear and show in the map. And here again, some example of how the food production could be combined with the reuse of industrial buildings, post-industrial buildings, or could be support also energy system. I will not explain, I will not have time to explain, but all this material will be shared with at the end of the project with the publication and all the and with local stakeholders, of course. And lastly, the anthropic landscape, which collect many of the elements related to the mobility and the flows. And again, it's not just a matter of lines of infrastructure, but also flows and heat map about the more dense areas connected to the public urban or extra urban transportations, and also the digital network that
for example, are here at the highlight, on the left side. And here again, we are promoting and trying to envisioning some slow mobility, alternative slow mobility that can enrich somehow and supply or implement this very wide system of fast mobility through pathways in the 3 different territories. So last point, I give the floor to Marco to end.
Hello, thank you. I want to thank in general SATURN, like my colleagues before me, because it was an opportunity to experiment a lot of new things, and I really think it was something that we have tried to exploit at its best. One of the things we did during SATURN was also to try to create some process automatization on all the processes that we tried to carry out, especially the one that were connected to the biocapacity and to the sustainability of the territory. So somehow what we thought is we could create a platform in an open source software like QGIS to try to exploit the capability of producing tailored ecological footprints and tailored biocapacity on each different territory. And this is something that we actually were able to do with the aid of open source software, and especially with QGIS. The module is already running, and we are going to perfect this and to distribute this in the next months. The idea is that you can create your own information from regarding biocapacity or of your territory, extracting data or putting in data inside the module, or by uploading them from databases, European databases, or other kind of resources that can be found in the internet. And finally, what you can have, it's the possibility to create maps that give you back the actually the biocapacity index that can allow you to understand if your territory is a debtor or is somehow credit. During this all this process, also we involved a lot of other people, like we involved people who were on their master thesis, and so we had a lot of help on that, on different kind of fields, with also regarding the other things that Sarah said. We tried, some of them are also here in this room. I want to thank especially those who came here. And so it was really very enriching, all this environment from our point of view. The whole project in the end gives us back a lot of not only hints, not only information that can be used, but also actual instruments that can change our way to deal with planning, to deal with research somehow. And mostly what we can I just give a quick show of what some are the results and the possible outlook of the project from our side. I mean, what we really achieved is a good data collection of a lot of information that can be used in the calculation of biocapacity, and how to find them not only at local level, but also at European level, if you do not have enough information at the local level. And we created a database and a GIS tool, a specific GIS tool, as I said before. And this is a quite nice and new instrument that can be used all over, not only by us, but it's, as I said, open source. During this work, we also mapped territories, and we mapped the territories according to the results, to the criticalities, to the opportunities that emerged during the whole SATURN path. And the visioning process was also extremely important in this path. And also the fact that we were able to compare our visions with, for example, with the Swedish and their own vision of the territory was extremely important from many points of view to understand the connection between food and the territory. And this allowed us to connect and engage with the new municipalities and with new municipalities that we didn't engage before outside the SATURN hubs. And also another result was to meet with the local stakeholders. We had a meeting with local stakeholders. We defined territorial and social criticalities. Some of them also we explored in these 3 days during the project. And we were able to collect ambitions, visions, like we said yesterday, or like we saw yesterday during the project. And finally, we tried to develop a strategic vision and possible future scenarios. And some of them can come from the people expectations. Some other can come from models, can come from the mix of both the possible instrument. And this can allow to meet the needs, to fill the gaps, and to try to achieve sustainable goals. We know that to obtain sustainability, there is not one way. There are many ways we can try. We really need to try all the paths. And finally, we tried to set up the premises to create a rural urban metabolism agency. I mean, I think we had the capabilities all together to try to work in that direction, to try to do something that is more than a single result of a project. We can try to work all together and to create something that can be useful not only here locally, but at a more wide level spatially. And from our point of view, what we are trying to start, and I will explain later in a second session, it is also that we are trying to get the best of what we had and to try to start a spin-off, a startup that actually collects all the best and the best results of what we did, and possibly with the involvement of all the realities that worked in the SATURN project. And that's it from my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. We are still behind schedule, so we will move over directly to Alessandro Betta from Fondazione Edmund Mack, and he will talk about engaging the youth and co-creating future of territory. Welcome.
Yes, thanks, Anna. Thanks to everyone. Open the presentation. So as from the song from the music, time is running out, so I will try to be really quick, but I'll try to tell you everything about this part of the SATURN project. As you saw, like this part of the project had a prequel, and then it will have a sequel, which you will saw better in the next session, the third session. So we speak about the youth engagement because one of the topics of the SATURN project was not only to manage resources, but also to prepare, to generate, to build capacities. And those capacities has to be built also in the future generation and have to be engaged together with the local administration in speaking and acting on sustainable development. As I said, there has been a prequel, which especially here in the Fondazione Edmund Mack and in Trentino region, in the Alpine area, has been developed through the Alp Jobs project. It's in this project, the young people of the Alpine territory have been involved in trying to understand and to learn which will be the skills needed for the future, and the skill needed for these peoples to stay and to live and to keep on managing in a sustainable way their landscape. Why I'm quoting this project? Because this helped us in using and getting acquainted with some of the techniques which coming from the disciplines of future studies, and in particular because we understood that it's not sufficient to react and to adapt to climate change, but and to social and economic changes, but we need to anticipate the changes. The image that you see here also is it's a work done by some young people that work together with us in one of the events we did in Arco, which I will tell you a bit better later. And the other thing is, not only we understood that we need to anticipate what will happen, but we'd also understood, and this is strongly related with the topics of SATURN, which have been already mentioned by the colleagues from Birmingham and from Sweden, that we need a more complex and holistic approach to sustainability and to the sustainable use of landscape. So we had 3 episodes, let's say, in our series, and I will just go quickly through them. We worked with the youth of Pergine Valsugana, one of the 4 territories involved in the SATURN project in Trentino, and basically we try to let's say build a scheme that has been repeated throughout different events to allow us to not only to understand which were the positions and the ideas of the youth people on the future challenges and the future development, but also to understand and to work with them and then bring them together in a further steps. So basically, the question was relatively simple. So what will your territory look like, but especially what would you have done? What would you do for your territory to be like this in 2050? An important event which has been held in the municipality of Arco at the end of 2020. Unfortunately, I would say on an online form, which kind of hindered some of the potentialities. But actually, we call it 40-40-40. So 40 young people under 40 years of age thinking about the landscape and their territory of 2040. There was also a subtitle, which was a resilient community for a welcoming territory, because the topic was also like the resilience of the community is also linked on how the territory can welcome new people, new approaches, new ideas. We worked with 4 different groups. The topics you can read there. The topics: so circular economy, sustainable mobility, food and agriculture, and the enhancement of landscape, which were motivated also from the results of some interviews and process to acquire knowledge from the youth, which were the challenges that were feeling more present. And this work has been done also in collaboration with 4 young students of a graphic school that helped us in then resuming the results of the different groups with this graphic recording exercise, because there was also a topic of how to communicate what is being done in the project, was being done in these events. So as I said, there were 3 main episodes in our series. The third one has been held in the community of Rottaliana, so it's a community of municipalities, quite recently in the spring of 2021. And again, here the the results of this process have been collected and will be used for future step. That's why in my presentation I was speaking also about a sequel. Every good movie will have a sequel, and in our case, what has been important, the first step, is that the young people, most of the young people that join the workshops, have then been involved in a regional in the regional pathway to the COI, so the Conference of Youth, which at the Italian level has been held in Milano recently, which is still the event of the Youth People for Climate linked to the COP, so the UN conference on climate, which this year will be held in Glasgow. So this for us was a strong point, because it was a moment to engage these young people and bring them to work, and bring them to think about the future steps that are needed to for a more sustainable development of the territory. So that's from my side. I hope I've been sufficiently clear and concise. So I let the floor again to Anna, and thanks for listening, and thanks Anna for the moderation.
Thank you very much, Alessandro. And we move over to the last presentation of the cases, and it's about spatializing space. And we welcome back Marco Cioli.
No, Anna, we just as we said at the beginning, we just collected all the presentation in the
Okay, sorry. Then we finished.
Okay.
We finished. And do we have time for questions? I will ask the organizer.
Hello, Anna. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Alessandro speaking here from. Okay, thank you,
There we
Matteo. I just ask it to the people following online on YouTube, or maybe in the other channels there are some urgent or maybe interesting question. We just received some comment, but so far it seems that there are no question arising. But maybe there could be also in the next session the opportunity to have maybe other questions. So I give the microphone back to you again.
Okay. Are there any questions you would like to raise? Or should we?
It seems that in the room the colleagues are looking for the coffee.
Okay. So maybe we should, maybe there will be questions later on, and we can go to the coffee break.
Okay. So, thank you, Anna.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Anna, to moderate. I'll talk. You are in a different place like us, but I guess that we can come back in 10 minutes after noon for the final session of the final conference. Tack. Thank you very much. See you later.
Completa la frase. We are online. So good morning, we are back. Hope you can all see and hear us. And I'm Elisa Morganti from Innovazione Trentino, moderating the last part of this interesting meeting today. So this last part is about the use of SATURN results, how we explore the possibilities related to the SATURN project and involve stakeholders, and also the results of our activities to valorize what happened during the SATURN project. So first of all, I want to introduce Christoph Brotnik, that is the coordinator of the Motion project, that is an EIT climatic project strictly related to SATURN. They did very interesting activities of capacity building, stakeholder engagement, using SATURN as their use case. And Christoph will present us what emerged from this work done together. So thank you, Christoph, for being here. We can see you.
I am just trying to share my screen. 1 second. Okay, you should be able to see my screen now.
Not yet. Yes.
It's working?
Yes, it's working. We can see the PowerPoint. Maybe you can make a presentation mode.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well, I'll take it from here. Yeah. I'm new to this system. Thanks for queuing me in. So hello, my name is Christoph Brodnik. I am from the Austrian Institute of Technology in Vienna, Austria. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the project Motion, which attached to SATURN and used it a little bit as a case study, if you like. And what I'd like to do today is just to give you a brief outlook on how the results we have developed together with SATURN are actually being used by other actors in Europe, used by Climate Kick, used by other universities, research organizations, but also by the Ministry of Climate Action, for example, in Austria. And I will show you briefly what some of these outputs were that those other actors are using now. But just to start off with and to give you a bit of orientation, as I said, talking about Motion here and Motion attached to SATURN, if you like. But SATURN was not the only project that we have worked here. We've also worked with other Climate Kick funded projects like SUSMO and ACT on NBS that have a similar setup in terms of multi-location project structure, but also in terms of a portfolio of activities approaches. So focusing, for example, on social innovation, technical innovation, governance aspects. And we haven't done this work by ourselves. The Austrian Institute of Technology, my colleagues have worked very closely with Climate Kick, very closely with the Transformative Innovation Policy Consortium, with Utrecht University, but also with the University of Valencia in Genio. What were our objectives? We wanted to co-create a new approach for monitoring, evaluation, and learning as a means for facilitating transformative change. The premise is that if you really try and influence something so complex, you need to adapt as you go, because the context changes all the time and you discover new things along the way. So whatever it is that you're doing in an innovation project, you need to start adapting as you go. And monitoring, evaluation, and learning has a critical role to play in that process. It sort of guides you in taking the next steps. And we've co-created this methodology, if you like, particularly with aspects of transformative change in mind. We didn't just do this sort of detached from the reality. We did this by applying it with SATURN as they were going to be able to learn and adapt along the way. So we call this reflexive steering, this element of reflexivity, where you are standing in the process, what are the next steps, and this element of adapting is also related to the notion of steering. So reflexive steering is the term we use here. And the third objective was also to build the capacities of the project partners of the people of SATURN to work on one hand with monitoring, evaluation, and learning tools, but also to apply concepts of transformative change. Very briefly, we just wanted to highlight that this was a process over the last 2 years, that we had many interactions with SATURN along the way, and all these interactions had a co-creative focus, and they led to different outcomes that would build the capacities, would develop the tools, and overall also develop the MEL methodology. I won't go into details here, but I would like to actually highlight 2 outputs that came out of this collaboration. The first output is this transformative theory of change. You can see here a picture on the left side represented by these 2 graphs. We call this the X curve because it looks a bit like an X. One path depicts the elements that SATURN, or the activities of SATURN that would relate to this green pathway that supports or describes the support of building up niches. Niches are innovative practices in the area of, well, SATURN's area, sustainable land use management practices, but then also helps those niches to expand in scale and grow and become institutionalized. The red path depicts how the activities of SATURN challenge established structures. We call these regimes. So the dominant practices, the status quo, the unsustainable practices. And overall, this theory of change is a strategy or a roadmap, if you like, for how projects, activities relate to certain outcomes and relate to certain impacts. But we have also used it as a reflection tool internally, as I said, as this is important for the MEL aspect. What it was also used for is a storytelling device. It's a communication device that helps a project to synthesize, if you like, its activities into a visual representation and helps also communicate what a project does. Lastly, I want to mention that another really important output for us was the MEL plan, if you like. So the activities before that I've showed, they all led towards this MEL plan, really. And we have developed indicators for aspects, 2 important aspects of SATURN, called these transformative outcomes. One was around circulating, which refers to that ideas and resources flow between geographic areas, between niches, if you like. And the other one was about upscaling, which refers to processes that draw in more users and sort of create a market for a certain practice. We've developed indicators for these 2 transformative outcomes, circulating and upscaling. We've developed a survey and some tools for self-reflection as well, where project participants have actually looked at what it is that they have achieved thus far and how they could improve to get better in terms of circulating, but also in terms of upscaling. And with that, I come to my last slide. I want to mention here that the results are used by other actors. So for example, capacity building is done with the results of our collaboration by Climate Kick, and you can see here at the bottom is a snapshot of a capacity building work stream, if you like, and the SATURN work features in that capacity building work stream by Climate Kick. There's also a handbook that will be developed specifically for practitioners that explains and gives guidance on how they can use MEL approaches in their future projects. We've had knowledge transfer exchanges. with universities such as the Utrecht University, where we talked about the outputs of our collaboration for monitoring, evaluation, and learning for mission-oriented innovation policy. There's a new framework by the European Union going forward for research and innovation projects. My organization, the AIT, has used that work to develop also new services and to say that we are now having that aspect of MEL as part of our service portfolio. And most recently, we are also supporting the Ministry of Climate Action in Austria with translating their mobility strategy into concrete actions and instruments. And the MEL work that we have done with SATURN also influences that translation from a strategy into practical instruments by the ministry. So I'll finish here, and if you have questions, then please ask me now, or of course you can also write an email. Thank you.
Thank you, Christoph. Are there any questions for Christoph? Here in the room or in the chat? Okay. Thank you again, Christoph. I think we don't have questions for you now. And another thing that is very important for projects like SATURN is the pathway to valorize the results. Also, there are several ways to valorize the result of projects like SATURN. We have seen a lot with also our use cases, but we started also a new process to try to see how really get the value of some of these use cases that were produced. So I want to thank Marco Ciolli again for presenting what we are doing in this new pathway that is quite new also for the involved people in this.
Okay. Hello again. Moving into practice. So that is how to valorize the results in general of the project and of what we did. I mean, as I said in the previous presentation, as a Trento hub, we developed a plugin in QGIS environment to deal with the biocapacity calculation. And for example, that was a kind of tool that we actually developed during the project that we developed anyway, because it was one of the goals of the project to develop this kind of tool. We decided to go for that because we thought that it was useful for something. And in this case, it was created in an open source software for the reason to give the maximum accessibility to this tool. Each hub actually developed a different kind of application, of use of their own specific goal for the project. And basically, all of us had different kinds of challenges, different kind of situation, but we also worked a lot together. We also learned a lot of things together. And for example, for the QGIS plugin, in the end, what we had is the possibility to have a mapping of the results about biocapacity. Okay, this was one result, but it can be added to the results that were actually collected by the Swedish team or by the Birmingham and so on. But mostly at the beginning, we had an idea of research results of something that was mostly oriented to do something possibly also to the local community. But we didn't have the idea to do something different. In the end, what we had is that we learned a lot of lessons during the project. Especially that one of the biggest lessons was that we actually built a very good team during the project, the team that was composed by people coming from different areas and from different extraction, from different disciplines. In our case, for example, we built a model and the GIS tool. and we learned how to do data collection and to create database and to create a plugin. We all together, we worked through strategic visions and design scenarios. So we did it together, and we actually tried to get the best of this kind of results. But something really changed when, the IT financial participation mechanism was named to us, because when they said, okay, you really also should try to have to earn something, or to give a sort of different kind of exploitation of your results. And so in this case, all of us, all the hub were tried to develop possible applications that were actually submitted to the Horizon Result Booster, and we actually discussed this with the experts of the European community. This was very challenging from our point of view, especially from my point of view. I'm a researcher, university researcher. I'm not used to think about business models or something like that. But it was also quite challenging in terms of stimulating also. And so I think this was something interesting for all of us, for the Swedish team, for the Birmingham, and so on, anyway. And after this exercise, actually, the Horizon Results Booster had to decide to go for one of the different kind of possible project that we submitted, and actually they ended up to decide to go for the one that we presented as a Trentino hub. And in this case, what we did, our idea is to try to create a startup or a spin-off. And the first phase is to select a possible startup platform. That is how we can develop it, how we can put together all the people working in the startup, and investigate the feasibility. And for that, it is extremely important, the mentoring, because actually without the mentoring of the EU experts, it is not possible to go anywhere. And what is the plan for the future perspective is to try actually to define all the participants, and possibly the idea is to try to involve as much as possible also the not only the people from Italy, but also for the other participant from Sweden and from Birmingham in this kind of idea. Because it is extremely important that we try to give a continuity of the ideas that are in the project. So what we are going to do is to create a business plan with the help of Hit and Elisa probably, and other people that will help us, and others that will help us to go for that in that direction. And going back to this slide, the idea, the path is like that. We were inspired by AT financial participation mechanism because at the beginning I found it a little bit confusing from my point of view, but in the end it was something stimulating. And then we went for a contamination lab that we did all together to try to develop an actual business plan, and we are trying to apply for Trentino Startup Valley, that is to find money for the development of. What are also the other future perspectives? For Saturn, because this is one, but we really want to think that the future perspective will also be to continue to be in touch and really be in touch with the partners of the project, to submit other project proposals, to continue our cross-contamination with the experiences that I found it really very interesting. Just to name something, the field trips with the Swedish team the first time and this time again are very interesting, because we have a lot of exchanges of experience. Also, the visioning was extremely with the Birmingham team was extremely interesting. And this is we hope that this will continue. And obviously, another thing, this is more near to my personal chords, is research. To continue to do something with the other partners and in other projects, in publications, in trying to exploit what we did during these years of Saturn. So So this is from my point of view, and I want to take the opportunity to thank Alessandro Greter for all he did during the project, because I mean, without his guide, it could have been very difficult to live in these dangerous waters. And and to Elisa too, yes, because I mean, it was a very tough team, very tough. Sorry, very tough team, and. So I think that's it. And if there are questions, I'm here.
Do you have questions?
I thought you have to wait because there is a delay in YouTube. There are 1 minute late.
Okay, but
here I see Marco still expressing about publication.
So I want just to say, maybe while waiting for the questions, that we are very proud to support the SATURN project process and the group for this new for trying to create this spin-off startup. We don't know which will be, because it's our job, and then I personally spent a lot of time, good time with SATURN. So I think it is very, very important as a result. And so we hope to see this new reality to come out very soon. And so another way to valorize the SATURN result is the involvement of young people, of the youth, and what as an investment for the future. And as also Alessandro Betta presented before, there is SATURN gave great attention to the involvement of youth, and so we want to give the voice also to two of our more involved young people, Liliana and Emiliano. They will give a presentation of what they did, how they will touched by SATURN, but most of all what they did with the Conference of Youth for the Climate, so for the COI, and they did very, very intensive process, and at the end they produced some notes for policymakers, and they will now show what they did in this past week. So I ask Liliana to join us here, and I think Emiliano will join from remote after that.
So good morning to everyone, and thank you for our invitation. We went to the COI, that is actually the Conference of Young People, and we strongly think that it's something really important, because nowadays we know that we're facing really a big crisis, and this crisis is simply the climate crisis. We know that maybe something mainstream and it's something that it's overtalked, but the problem is that we have to face this problem right now. We have to do something. And so the idea behind this conference was simply to talk to each other between youngs and to collect some ideas and some needs, and to do something to operate right now, because it's really an emergency. And so what we've done is actually a conference, and we were divided into 4 groups, sorry. And these groups were actually education, non-profit, profit, and then the political sector. We strongly think that the connection between society and then the political sector is really important, because We have done such a great exercise between us, talking and collecting ideas to our future. But if we don't talk to the political sector, this will be something just between us, and that's not the case. And so we focused on the political sector, and we have done this document to collect our ideas because we went all day long together, but we have to summarize our ideas. And so we know that the political sector is really fundamental, is critical to do something, because it's important to have ideas and to talk to each other. But if we don't talk to the administrations to do projects and to really convey our ideas into something concrete, this will be something like without any sense. So this document is simply about ideas. Like, for example, we know that the educational system is really important and is critical because we know that children will be actually adults. And yes, of course, you will say, but the problem is that our generation is the first that is facing this emergency, and we have to do something. And so we have to do something with children, and it would be really great to implement some projects and some programs to our consciousness about this climate change, and to increase also capacity building to do something right now. And so it's also important to create a specific figure that will be central for the environmental sustainability and to be strongly reliable to everyone. It's also fundamental to increase funds for university research and startup, and to also allow the research growth, because without research it would be really useless to do something. And we think that both cities of Trento and Bolzano need this implementation in the educational system. And also, if we have to talk about the mobility, it's important to increase the cycle and pathworks to make a more sustainable lifestyle, and to allow children and also adults of all the ages to have a healthier life and to live a better life in our regions. And also it's really central to increase the biodiversity, because we know that our region is fundamentally centered in a monocultural system, and we're losing really a lot of biodiversity in terms of animals and species and flora and fauna. And so we know that it's really a central business, but we also know that we have to do something to increase all life sustainability. And we also think that it's important to increase the touristic structures to allow a better experiences here in our region. We know that another part of our business here in this region is tourism, but we know that we have to be more aware that we have to create some sustainable structures to be more homogeneous and more in harmony with our environment. It's important to allow comparison and to create some networks that are really strong to allow the implementation of best practices in all sectors, like, for example, the educational system and also the entrepreneur system, because we really strongly think that without an implementation of a strong network, this would be useless. And so we have to act really in a short time. And we at last think that the creation of a ad hoc fund will be really important and central, because we know that projects need a lot of money, and so we think that it will be central, because so if we collect a lot of ideas and projects, we need to talk even with the administrational sector, and to give legs, to use a metaphor, it's strongly recommendable to create a fund to this aim. And so I will leave you, Emiliano, if you want to talk and say something.
Yes, of course. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So as Liliana said, the Conference of the Young is a project which started early this spring, and we were asked to draw a document of recommendation on what is important for us in order to fight climate change. And the first difficulty we faced was that we didn't know actually the state of the art of Trentino. I mean, we knew it superficially, but not technically. And so we wanted to go more in depth. And the first step after the drawing of the document was to meet with the local administration and to find out what action have been put in place. No? And so they showed us all the strategies and the documents on energy efficiency and on sustainable development. And we began this path of participation in a propositive way, and it will go on. And then we met also with the representatives from the corporate world, from the third sector, and the logic was the same. We want to know which is the state of the art of our region, and we are discovering so the way that in which Trentino is going to look in the future, and how it is working for the future. And we know that the action put into place are good, but maybe they are not well communicated. So one of our objectives is to collect all the best practices that are put into place in our region, and to communicate them to everyone, and so that we can collect also tips, no, and to improve this document and the vision of the future. Because the biggest problem we noticed is that there is a big fragmentation of all the best practices coming from the various sector of our region, and for this reason, it's important to build a network and to have a scale effect, and so it's stupid to reinvent the wheel a second time, no? And so we think that the local dimension it's the most important. For example, a couple of the guys that participate in this project is going to the COP26 in Glasgow, including me. And there we will participate in the negotiation. I mean, we will hear and listen to the negotiators. In that dimension, we cannot do pretty anything. No, we know we can only listen about the greenhouse emissions, the reduction, how to achieve it through taxes and subsidies. But what can we really do is to act on a local level, because is there where the concreteness of our action can be seen and put into practice. So we will continue to work like we are doing, and we will see where we will go. Thank you.
Thank you, Liliana and Emiliano. I think this is a very good testimonials of your also enthusiasm in this topic. And I know that you had a very tough schedule in this day to present what you did to other today in Pergine, Arco, this night in San Michele, and also here in Birmingham, because we also had as a participant, also Nick Grayson from the municipality of Birmingham, that I think I hope he is here, and he listened what you had also read the document that you prepared, and I don't know, Nick, if you can hear me. Do you want to comment on what our young people produced and presented today? Oh, Nick.
Oh, hi. Hi, everybody. There was a bit of a delay. There was a bit of a delay on my line. It's really great to hear the enthusiasm from the young people, and not to get downhearted or disillusioned either, because if you think of that X curve that in the motion study that Christoph just showed, the top red line is everything we're kind of doing wrong, and the bottom green line is the really good ideas. The gap between those two curves, that needs capacity, and the youth of today are that capacity. That's your role. That's your role, to actually work on finding the really good examples, because there's lots out there, and reaching those politicians and decision makers and getting them to understand that there's really a path to change that we can do. And the neat thing about that X curve is, as ideas are recognized as being good, so resources move from the red line to the green line. It's not a case of finding new money. It's a case of moving resources into new ideas and changing current practice. So the youth of today, the young people, that is your task, is being that added capacity. Much like in the 60s when the civil rights movement kicked off, it was the young people who really shouted and screamed about the issue and got it to the politicians to change the legislation and to change action. The same thing is true today with climate. And if you think of that X curve, that's a really good way of seeing a way forward. So it's great to hear all the work. I'd love to read the report that you've put together. I'd love to read that, because I think it sounds as if you're really on the right lines, and your voice is just so important to hear. Thank you.
Do you want, Liliana and Emiliano, maybe you want to ask something to also to Nick, or maybe make some final comment on this? Yes.
I can say that here in this moment I am in this foundation, that it's of course the foundation here is really great in this region, and we know that it's really important to collect ideas and to do something, because we have to change our mind. We know that we have finite resources, and we're using these resources not in a smart way. And what SATURN is doing is a project that his aim is to use these resources, like for example soil and even water and these kind of resources, in a much better way. And so I am happy to be here, because as I said, it's important to collect ideas, but we have to talk to governments and to administrations and to foundations, to schools, to universities, because otherwise this will be like a match that is losing. And so it's important to create some links between this kind of organs and the citizens. And so now I am studying global and local studies in the University of Trento, and I'd like to do something because I know that we have dangerous situation and we have to act really fast. And so thank you. And I don't know if even Emiliano wants to add something. He is studying too at a master degree to do something to policy.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm studying in Bolzano analysis of the public policies, and I mean, what can I add? I'm as collaboration. I think is the magic word. One is usually is bring to thought that acting alone can do better and achieve better results. And can be done if you have hundreds of years, but we are terribly late. We are in delay in our actions. So collaboration is the only way to achieve our objective. That's it.
For our young and for yes, Martin.
To take action and move forward in a more sustainable direction. And we see that the farmers that we have before, now I can hear myself, they are young people from urban contexts and from often from academia. So it's really, I'm glad to see that you have this engagement here in Italy, and we see it at home as well.
Other comments? Now we are the microphone, so you can comment. Okay, so I think that also what Martin suggested now, but also the comment from Liliana, is perfectly in line with the spirit of what we did in Saturn, and that is this kind of full engagement of different stakeholders from the very local territories, starting from the young, from the governments, researchers, and entrepreneurs, because there are also there that are involved in this process, and towards this very common goal, that is the better use of resources, better use of soil, better use of resources, and also in terms of not only of raw materials and natural resources, but also people, because this is very important also for Saturn.
Maybe that could be a passage to Fondazione Edmond Mack, also to because you're also an agricultural institution that is have a long tradition and needs to see the future as well. I'm sure that you would do that. But yeah, we all have to talk the talk and also walk the walk.
Yes, totally. And for that, yes, we should need the right support from all the one that can do that. So from moving resources, as Nick suggested, taking actions from starting from the background, from the ground and the background, and go further on that. And I think that SATURN put some very solid basis for this next effort that can be exploited in a different way with new research, new practical application, new startups, new policy recommendation, as the one suggested from Liliana and Liliano. So I think that we can more or less have final remarks regarding the project. I'm quite sad to close the project. We have still a couple of months of working in SATURN, but the most of the work done together was ending in few days, and it was very great to work with all of you and meet very different stakeholders, meet the different people and from different backgrounds from myself. So I will leave the floor maybe to Tam if he wants to say some comment of what he heard today and in the all the project or all the process of the project.
Yes, thank you, Elisa. So I will be very short because I'm painfully aware that I'm one of the last people standing between you and your lunch, and more importantly, between you and your wine. So, so let me be very short. And a lot of the important things have been said already. So just quick reflections. I think in terms of connecting and scaling up, some of the assets that have been built in the project, there are a number of things happening, as you know. So there's even at the level of climate change community, there's work on a project on carbon farming, and beyond that, the link with integrated landscapes. So obviously, this is really at the core. I can convey also the very strong interest of probably our main expert on land use, who is Daniel Zimmer, and he was speaking in another conference today, but he will listen to the whole webinar for sure, because he's really quite passionate about this matter. So I think that's really something we need to bring on board. There's more widely the work on resilient regions, and also what is going to be pushed by the adaptation mission of the European Commission. And I mean, this is about regions, but the adaptation mission has, I think, started to clarify that regions are not necessarily one side of region, but it can be different, levels of landscapes. So I think that's really something that the team of the project and all of the stakeholders that have been involved should be looking for quite carefully, because what you have realized in the project is really quite trailblazing and very inspiring. So I would really push for close attention on that. There's also the connection with the city side of the topic, and as you know, we just launched the Net Zero Cities project, and in the course of 2022 there will be calls for cities, and I mean, who knows, it might be something of interest also to bring on board in that space. About the business creation, I think things have been said already. So there is a business to carry on what SATURN itself has been doing, and I know it's challenging I've been a researcher in my life as well, and you can see the distance from what are you talking about, sustainability and that, but that can be a driver and stimulator indeed. But the businesses and small enterprises that can be born of those initiatives, there are climate accelerators, across Europe and beyond now that are being launched, and I think it's really something that could be of use for the business support and also for the connections. A very more generic remarks maybe or questions that are on my mind. I think what are the representatives of COY before have been highlighting again is it's something that we encounter more and more, I think, and it's a bit of my hobby, I must admit, but the experimentation that couples public authorities and citizen communities and obviously third sector actors, those are obviously very fruitful, and I don't think we have nearly enough of them. So the question is really how far you can actually go if you're a municipality, if you're a region, how far can you go that citizens are ready to embrace and accept. And sometimes you stop because you assume that they have constraints that you treat as externalities. And conversely, if you're a citizen, if you're a researcher, you will very often say, well, I would have ideas, I would have initiatives, but the regulations are never going to allow for it. And I mean, we must stop, I think, considering everything that comes from outside as an external, intangible constraint. And one of the ways to fight that is really to create more experiments like SATURN that just involve both sides or three sides of the problem in the experimentation itself, and test, what are the others ready, how far are they ready to go, and what does it mean concretely. So I think one of the questions I would have, but not for today necessarily, but the open question is all the work that has been done on the metrics and data collection. So if you're a municipality involved, do you think it's good enough to trigger action at greater scale? And if not, what really is the nature of the barriers? I feel that really the work that has been done is moving things forward, and it will be important at some point to step back and say, well, okay, do we have enough now? Do we have enough tools and materials to take decisions that are just bolder and go beyond the individual experiment? And then there's also, in terms of scalability, the limitations on the transferability of those experiences. I mean, I remember that at the beginning, the SATURN project was 3 cities having common questions, but very, very different approaches to those questions. And it took a few months, I think, for you to come to just find common languages and trust each other, and think that you had really lots of things to exchange. So, I mean, this experience is invaluable, and it can tell others, other cities that want to come on board, and others who will hear of SATURN, well, what are the limitations, but also the possibilities to transfer this knowledge? What is the time to identify what can be transferred, to build the confidence and trust that the approach is relevant to new contexts? And I mean, that is massively important, and I think you have lots of assets and elements to help the world understand how it works. And finally, the last comment is on identity or identities. I mean, this notion of landscape identity, even though it hasn't been so prominent in the workshop, but I think it's very much there. And I asked identity or identities because when you say identity of a territory, it can be used in very protection-minded ways and very closed ways. And it doesn't need to be that. In many cases, when you look for a future that is desirable, you find that you have a diversity of identities that are deeply rooted in your landscape and in your region. And bringing them out is a way to defragment, and to bring actors together, because you discover that you have common roots that were not so apparent, and that you can rediscover and bring out. So I think for this as well, SATURN is really an inspiring project, and I hope it can flourish and disseminate. Grazie ancora per questo fantastico progetto e il stimolante workshop. And so Elisa, Alessandro, vi do la parola per la conclusione.
Grazie, Tam Tam. And I think that what emerged is also the fil rouge of this final events, that was the linkages that SATURN could create among people and with people and their surroundings. Like when we wrote the first version of SATURN, this was the main scope of the project, to reconnect people with their surroundings. So the linkages is something that is very relevant. And what emerged is that also the need to find a common language, as also Tam Tam said before, and common vision. That is one other of the main point of the hinge of the SATURN project. And also this idea of territory identities as a plurals, not just as one single identity. So I think that we cannot leave this today final conference, without asking Alessandro to close it, because obviously Alessandro was the man of this project, the one that link all together and make this possible. So thank you, Alessandro. And
thank you, Lisa. But actually, I want to say that we should move from the not writing man, but men, like plural, because actually we're a group of person, and actually myself, I love to do a lot of things, but I'm committing also a lot of errors and mistakes. But I was really happy to work, to be in Italian it would be pretty simple to make supportare, sopportare, but actually in English it's not not working very well. But actually, it's been fully supported and addressed from Elisa, because sometimes I got probably in the wrong direction, and Elisa was putting together probably engineering point of view. I'll talk with the geographical point of view. Probably we are able to put most of the thing on the right line. But we know, as we said already, we were sailing on a troubled water for such from a period, and as I guess that there are some points that could emerge, and one of these, because Tantam, I really merci beaucoup Tantam for your conclusion, because actually you can use it like a success story, like KPI for AT, because you did a perfect resume of the project. It's really the narratives. So actually we are being forced to find a narratives between each others. We are setting up a narratives to put on the same level and take the best of from our pilot cases. And actually we are now already working, and we will working to the narratives, to what will be our legacy, what we come after the end of the supported activities. We already put in time some activities. We supported some activities that actually were able, according to following maybe, hopefully, the X curve to become bigger. Maybe we throw some seeds that will become something new in the very next future. So actually, as Elisa said, SATURN in some places is some sort of collection of different traits. Like you're in a mountain, you have different traits you can following. So we are just commenting yesterday with the Martins in the car that actually is like orienteering. You have to reach a target, which will be the right way. Probably most of the indication are right, but actually the main point is reaching the target. Reaching the target means also to find some solutions to what happens and what will happen next. Into the practice actually is something that I guess with this hybrid version of the final event, unfortunately, we love the idea when we write SATURN to make exchanging, shadowing, people moving from one place to another, farming, exchanging carrots, the Val di Gresta carrot with the carrots in Gothenburg, or maybe the carrots in West Midlands. But we have been forced to change our practice. And our practice has become only that we can report it through social media. We had our final event in this day, but actually was so full of activities that actually we are not able to maybe report so well like the colleagues in Sweden did last year. But actually we are coming later. We have a lot of channels to populate in the next day. But actually it was really interesting. This both the idea to get the practices hands-on on the eat and drinks, and not only into the field, but actually the idea to maybe let's moving forward the people that participated to SATURN. We get the opportunity to start the activities with some people that maybe we never heard before, we never meet before. Some of there was either some students, master student, bachelor students, then become research assistants. They will be becoming PhD students. So actually this is the legacy. Well, good if you are into the system, but actually is a good opportunity also to give 3 more years of activities. I'm just referring to the case of Trentino. But actually we have given also the opportunity that, for example, some of our interns like Liliana or others take the opportunity to maybe become activists, spokesperson for other young people. We involved youth groups, we involved startups. So actually the idea is really to contaminate, in the positive meaning, of course, to go towards the next, what going next. And okay, maybe I should say that we should stop saying blah blah blah, because actually either the Queen this morning said that like Greta Thunberg and the young say, okay, you talk too much, guys, do something in real. And just to ending up, because our program for the final event is not over with this conference and with an incoming lunch. Actually, we are in delay, guys. But actually, we are going to have the last field visit. We are going to take a cable car, and we are going to have the final meeting with the COI and the local local politician this afternoon. Not lastly, I should serve a big thanks. before me on the screen was Tantam. Tantam is representing the ET Climate Kick, this beloved community, I want to say, because we really trusted to enter. I really trusted to enter the community. We know that also within the community we have some changings in between, but we have been fully supported since, for example, if you refer to SATURN, when we started the idea to, we received a call from Scandinavia, from Denmark, that looking for cases for the white paper for a project. And so we get together starting with Copenhagen, Gothenburg, Trentino, UK, the Netherlands. And then thanks to Joanna, that actually should be considered a real mother of the project, we have been able to get together this group that nowadays is still on live and so on. But actually within the community we're being fully supported from Daniel Zimmer, Kim, Valerio, Arianna, Maria Elisabetta for the Italian part, and in the last period, because we love to have people with double names in the team. So we have here in the room to Martin, to Alessandro. Also, we have been lucky to be supported from Angelica Monaco and Angelica Pianegonda. And not if we reach it to Lisa, we have more than one Lisa. We have Lisa Schumacher, Lisa Contarini, and not lastly Lisa Rizzetto, that has disappeared right now, but actually she was also our colleague here. But this is related to Climate Kit, but I should name not only the people that are in this room, but actually all the people that has been passed through the different hubs. Namely, not only the stakeholder we get engaged. I guess that if we count most of them, we can arrive some hundreds, 600, 700. Last year was 300, now maybe now more. But actually, so people that was part of the project along the period that actually, for various reasons, they're not working with us anymore, like Bodil, Michela, Riccarda, and also Ebba, that was substituting Clara, and so many others that probably I forgot it. Actually, as I told you at the beginning of the meeting, no tears, few fears, and so I really love the motto of our colleagues from UK. So go ahead and dig for victory. Thank you very much. Merci. Tack.
I didn't want to be the last one to speak, but thank you all for being here, and I think we can close now. We will have a lunch. Sorry for the one that are not in presence, and see you for the next appointment of some new projects.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Grazie. So, we have to move to lunch. What about logistics? Who